Why, hello there. Sure, it's all wonky. There we go. Let's go and make sure everything here happy real quick. Well, that's not. Possibly not good. Okay, there we go. We're good. All right. This is good. And you are also good. All right, perfect. That's done. That's done. We are ready to rock, I think. All right. Where the heck were we? We were messing with editor and fixing all of our horrible bugs. I think we had just wrapped up one of the things. Let me pull up our tracker here. Fix connection template, drag and drop is where we are in the world. And that's where we are here too. Okay, so we were looking at that. Let's go back to looking at that. And before I get distracted, let me... That's clean. Okay, perfect. All right, so we had some user feedback issues. We need to fix that. That's part of this connection template work. I remember having a ticket for that. We have that. That's different. That is... We can put... Well... Let's not do that. Let's make sure. I'm pretty sure we fixed this, but I've been working on other things for the past couple days, and I'm kind of discombobulated here. Connections. Yeah, okay. We did get that all squared away. Let's fix the dragging onto an empty. Not, shouldn't be displaying the unsafe changes. Do. Okay. And then we can roll back. Okay, so we should be good. Yeah, we should be good on this one. Let's just take care of that last little bit of UI mess. That'll be in our data form, except draggable. We have a connection data in here. We also have... We also have a draggable on the parent here, because this is just the single guy. It's a data form view. No. It's going to be in the map pane, and then it's in the tile builders. So it's going to be these guys? Yes. Okay. And then our connections. if we just do a bool here, or we could do, we can skip setting state entirely. If that's not the correct syntax, it's that in Dart. We can just skip out. And this is going to say is empty instead. That's fine. And then we just need to do the same thing for all of these fellas. Vertical. There we go. Wait, this is the model. I need the, oh my gosh, I need the tile. Like so. Dart plugin update, eh? Sure. Maybe they'll fix some of the things that annoy me. Okay, so save that. What's going on? Hang on a second. Oh. Not even me. Okay. Sure, you could restart. Yeah. Just gonna kill you. Terminate. You've been terminated. Okay. Apparently this didn't get in. Wait, no, this is room. That got in there. Okay, perfect. We'll let it finish analyzing here really quick. We'll put on our patience. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I know you want to do that. We'll do that in a minute. If we remember. Track record for remembering to do that, not the greatest. That's okay. Okay. Now, when we come in here, if there ain't no connections, it doesn't fire that. It does still select it, which is fine. Like, it's showing you, hey, there's nothing in there to do. Or is that? That is kind of confusing. Why didn't it go in? What if instead we hold off on that? We don't even set it selected, which is going to make it more confusing, but we need to throw up probably a snack bar. That's how we've been doing that. That's not our error. I think we had like an error snack bar that was red already and centered and stuff. And I want to reuse that. Right here is an example of one that's an error. I guess we don't. Did we not? Oop. And I do have context. Okay, cool. But I guess we didn't style these? Thought we did. Okay, this is diagonal. If we chuck in that, I might have to reload. Oops, I put this in the wrong spot. That's part of the problem. This needs to go in before the return. Derp. Like so that it actually gets fired, right? Okay. Then, in here, diagonal. Okay, now we just need to change the target connection tile can't connect to or one or more rooms no. What's a good error message? No connections can be made in this tile. Neighboring rooms are... There are no... Or... Connections require rooms on at least one require at least one matched pair or one pair of rooms. I feel like this is not a good error message. This is a hard error message to think up. Like, how do you clearly say in a succinct manner that you got nowhere to connect to? Because this one is valid and this should work still. It doesn't, though. Oh, crap. Okay. We have to do this first as part of that. Okay, good thing I tested that. Because that is what gives us the selected rooms connections. We have to select that. Like so. Okay, now it should work. Yeah. As expected, right? Problem is that is still lava hot. We're gonna wait. In order to connect no rooms to connect to Can't connect. Unable to connect to empty rooms. Please ensure there's at least one. Pair. Can't be one because you need two, right? I guess maybe this is okay. Maybe that's enough. Let's go with that for now. Let's put this in here. Oops. Same here. We'll see if that's sufficient or not as we use it and encounter it. So we get that and that. Rogue mustache hair there. I don't know if we want to make this a red error or not. Or if that's just enough. Let's go with that for now. Nothing happens. It's kind of clear-ish, I hope. We'll see. We'll see what we can see. But see, this should still work. Yes. We would need to create our room here really quick. Just to be sure. That still works. And that still works. Okay, perfect. We'll just do that. We're going to do a test really quick just to make sure nothing broke. Shouldn't have, but that's why we have tests, right? We really only test the underlying data right now, but still. Okay. Provide user feedback when dropping on a dropping connection template on a connection tile where there aren't connections to be made. Remove incorrect unsaved changes dialog when drop is attempted but no connections can be made. Oh. It's because I put quotes in here. Can I escape quotes and get commits? We're going to find out. Yep, I can. Push that up. Okay. So that will take care of this. We can do this next. We're going to merge this though. And we'll do a new branch just to be kind to future me. Okay, done with that. This drag and drop should expand connections modified. Let's see what we can do about this. So it's actually going to be in the same neighborhood here. We do all this on connection, but our form here, we don't have... We don't have a way to track if it should be expanded or not. We could... It's not really a data property, though. We could do that, but... We can default that. That's easy. We don't care about it in the 2JSON. We'd obviously have to set it in here. We'd have to set it here as well. That's fine. The rest of that can kind of stay as it is, right? And that'll probably break some tests because we added a property. Well, maybe not. We'll see. We exclude that modified from, yeah, this, that's fine. We don't want to compare that. Nor... we do need it in clone, though. That shouldn't matter, but... It's not defined. Oh. Okay. That's fine. We won't worry about it too much. It's not causing problems. Let's not even include it there. This needs to be in there because we need to create it with that, but modified doesn't need to be in there. In fact, this comes from JSON, so we probably don't need that. We're gonna leave it alone though. We're just not gonna mess with it. We're taking it out of there too. We're just gonna keep it as a flag on the class that you can set after if you so choose. So we do need to set it here, and we need to do this in vertical, diagonal, and horizontal. So update connection. This isn't the model. Update connection, bop. And diagonal. Update connection, bop. Move that out of the way. This last little bit of a cough just won't go away. And I think talking kind of annoys it. Okay, so that diagonal, vertical, horizontal, all done. You're done. You're done. We need to go into the tiles then, and in here, set that to true whenever we make these changes as we go. Horizontal, vertical, diagonal. And then in our form, probably in the build, if you're new or modified, we expand you. Okay. So, reset whatever we were working on there. So if I come in here and I boop, they get expanded. The same should apply if I'm already in here and I boop. That works. Roll that back. And if I boop, then we get everybody. Should also apply if I come in here and do that. It does. Okay. We don't support that. We need to give feedback on it though. And we don't support overwriting them en masse. So we're good on those. We do this. Everybody gets expanded. Okay, perfect. And the horizontal is also good. All right. Good. Good, 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 good. Let's make sure we didn't break anything. And we're good there too. Okay. Perfect. So we changed the connection model. We changed model and the view. And then the data form. Yeah, we're good. Expand any action tiles. Yep. Tiles that have been modified. And we drag and drop. Thinking here. So if I drag and drop, I can't collapse these because they are modified now. Which I don't know that I want that behavior. What I could do my form here, instead of doing this in build, if I make you late, if I set that and then take it out of there, then I can collapse them if I choose. They'll start expanded. This is better experience for sure. And the same should go for newly created ones here. And also in here. Oop, I got an overflow there I gotta fix. Yeah, that's way better. Don't force new/modified connections to be permanently expanded. Allow the user to make choices, but start them as expanded. Okay. We're going to fix that right meow as soon as we finish with this. This should be good. We should be done here. Let's reset any changes. The merge the branch. Merge. Confirm. Deleted. Okay, perfect. We're going to check out and say fix new connection overflow. let's get that taken care of while we remember it exists. This, oop, grabbed the wrong thing. That's all right. This is done. We'll do this next. Okay, so we need to go into a room. That, no good. Let's tidy up this stuff really quick. I think I just closed the thing I actually need, but that's all right. Okay, so it's going to be in the sidebar stuff. Not the template bar. Yes, I know. You're annoying. You. This is in a container. I don't think this is going to work, though. Because it's the row itself that's going to need to be expanded, I believe. Oop, yep. Things are broken. Everything's broken. Oh, God. Roll that back. I need you. Well, you're in a column. This is in a column. If I do this instead, make the row at the top. This column can live inside of the container. That should keep my styling, the background stuff, which is why we have that container the way it is. And then can I expand you so that you fit yourself to the width? Well, you sure think so, but it doesn't look like it. Everything is broken. Let's make sure that's not a hot reload issue. Because it might be. Okay. You apply. Okay, that's still a problem. Render flex showed have non-zero flex. Incoming height constraints are unbound. And you live in a container too for padding reasons. Y'all live in a column at the root, though. And you, however, live in a form. That is frustrating. As is my camera becoming blurry again. Let's fix you. I keep forgetting to muck with that. Let me try this. Let's see if adding a little light over there helps. Can't really tell, but I'm wondering if it's pretty dim in here, and I think it's correcting that in the white balance, but it might be not. It might be struggling to. Oh, hang on. I gotta turn that off. Forgot about that. And that is why I don't run AC while I stream. It's very loud. Okay. Let's see if we can untangle this mess now. Such a pain in the ass to lay things out in Flutter. Okay. You. Oh, right. You're already in progress. You're just broken. Let's reset that. You're in a container for all of this. And you're in a form field, too, for the label. You're a column because the parent is a scroll view, so I don't want to put a scroll view here. Right? Pretty sure. It's not even at this level, I don't think. I think it's higher up. Drag target. I think it's at this whole tile level. There's a scroll bar here. If we go look here, not here, here, yeah. So, put a room back here. I can do, okay, so expanded, no go. There's another option here. Let's fix that really quick. I can do a min size on it. Okay, we still overflow though. So that doesn't help. I can do... do a builder. Which I kind of hate to do just for a thing, you know? But... and then that's got to go inside. That's got to go inside. It'll be here. Like that. I think that's an extra that was added for me. Wait. Yeah. Still overflow though. Let's make sure. Oh, duh. It's gonna overflow because I didn't finish my thought. Okay, so now that we have the builder, we have here constrained box, constraints is a box constraints max width is our constraints dot max width. Let height do its thing. Whack in an extra one of them. Room. Get you in there. Still overflowing though. Now that we have a box constraints though, am I allowed to expand it? I can't remember. I am, I think. Cancel you. Still overflowing. I don't think that's a hot reload issue. Let's make sure though. One of these days I'll be competent enough at front end stuff to not flail around like this, right? Right? It's still overflowing. Why would you overflow if I've given you a constraint? So deeply, deeply frustrating. Okay. None of this has helped, so let's go ahead and roll this back. Just gonna make this very unhappy unless I reload. Okay, shut up. You hadn't even overflowed yet. You jerk. Okay. Maybe it's not the row. Flex factor, yeah. Render flex, relay at boundary, and children. Doesn't help me really. Okay, so what if it's not the row? Because the children are the thing that tells everything what size it's supposed to be. And we can see and hear that it's this part. So maybe something isn't sizing itself to the row correctly. Let's inspector it. Select. It's selecting the stuff behind. There we go. You're the column. Okay, so the column here is part of the problem. I can't expand you because you have unbound width, right? I can expand you. Okay. But I also need to center the alignment of the children then. because that's all scuffed. Get out of select mode, please. Cancel. You're not. You're not centering my text. Why not? Back to select mode, please. Rich text. It's because you're wrapping. I bet. But there should be text align center because it's wrapping within there. That'll scooch it within the text widget into the center of its space. Okay, so then I can, oh yeah, I'm already in progress. I can collect you there. And if this gets even smaller, all the way to its minimum actually visible size, then things are still good. Okay, perfect. Crisis averted. Chair squeaky. Okay. Not the most useful message, but like, I just fixed the thing I said it would do on the tin. All right. That can get merged. We're done with that change. Done with that. We can now go back to snack bar. We need to do a snacky bar. Let's really quick. Pull branch D. Spell it correctly. And we're going to do a new branch for, or rather, let's just say user feedback on invalid drop. Like so. Okay? Rock and roll. Rock and roll. Love it. So right meow, if I do this, it just doesn't go. It doesn't tell me, hey dummy, you're in the wrong tab. You were, thinking you were over here, but you're not. So we need user feedback for that. It won't be this. In fact, let's just close up. We can keep you over here just to kind of placeholder that tab. It's fine. So. Oh, that sounds good. We need to look in the map pane layout, so it's going to be the tiles. Because that's where the drag drop for that goes. And we can start with room, I suppose, not the model, the tile. Accept draggable. Up here, we'll accept with details. I think it's here. So we should see if I try to drag a connection into a room. We don't, though. Crap. I think it's because it's on the accept. So I don't think this gets fired at all. Could be wrong. Oh, you know what? Hang on. We're going to put this back. They wouldn't have been built with that in place. I bet. Hot reload wouldn't have caught that. That's a valid drag. Okay, no. No seems to be the answer still. Room tile. Except with detail. So we've got the little but I don't think. I think this is the props. I don't think this gets called at all, which is why we had to do this. Make everything generic. I'm trying to recall, because we kind of ran into some issues with this before. Yeah. This basically only gets called when it's accepting. But I thought, go over here to our connection template. It was here. Nope, that's the list view. We want the template view. This should have the draggable, right? Yes. But you're a draggable connection template. I seem to recall we had issues with this where it will type check and doesn't fire that. Did we change you in here? No, you're still a room template. And our room tile accepts drag target details. Oh, you know what? That's what we had to do for that. Was it that? Did we... If we do that just for funsies. Which kind of is awkward, right? But bad drop. Okay, yeah. This acts as a filter, but that's only good for setting the little you can't drop here, but that's not really super visible, right? Obviously I missed it when I was doing this. So basically See, the problem is we can't continually fire here, though. Because, like, as you're dragging around, we don't want to pop up, boop, 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 you know. We only want to do it if you drop. So, what we need to do is this, and we'll leave ourselves a note. Drop attempt. But not if user drags an invalid template across the tile. Because you can see it popping things in and out as we go, which is fine. We just need to be able to go ahead and schnackaba. And let's see, we just did an error, but let's try to remember. We have to guard you. If it's this, and then this. We need a snack bar. And then we say scaffold messenger of context show snack bar. This, we need to give it a name like so. And then you have a couple properties. Content is a text that says we can't get we could say valid template type per room. That's what that would look like, right? Yes. Okay. I think we were centering the others. Let's actually just go take a look now. Now that we've kind of like made ourselves do the work, we want to do that. Nope. It's already done. Behavior. Okay, yeah, we do need to specify behavior. And we put these guys in center, yeah. So we'll do... Actually, we specified behavior at the root. So we shouldn't need to... This should look almost the same as... Oh, I need to fix that too. That's not good. Let me chuck myself a note. Hello, thank you. Editor. Map. Editor. Room template. Disallow creating new connections if the room is empty. /null. We'll chuck that up here at top. We'll tackle that next. Okay, so not in content, outside of context, behavior dot, it was snack bar behavior floating. So this should have like no effect, essentially. Okay. It looks floaty, I guess. I think that's what keeps it from like being a stuck bar at the bottom, if memory serves. That looks pretty much the same to me, I think. The other option was fixed, right? Which looks like... Ah! Okay, yeah. So the width can only be used with, so we don't even need that. That comes in for free as part of the template change. Okay. Cool, cool. Hey, Terrace, how's it going? How's all the everything? All right, so we need to do the same thing here for our connection tile. Basically the exact same code changes. I think we're there actually, right? No, this is the template view itself, not the connection tile base? No. Because y'all implement this yourselves. This isn't the UI. Room tile. It is in these guys, okay. Yeah, because they inherit from the base. But no, that's not true. The models inherit, right? Yeah. Extends connection tile. These guys are just widgets. Which the map accepts because they're all objects. Room data, connection data. This is the wrong model. I'm thinking of the one in map pane. Which just their table view cells. That's right. Because it builds them. We have our escape handler. Yeah, okay. Yeah. TLDR, we just need to make the changes in here. Gotta go back up to accept. Ooh, actually, hang on. There's two. We'll do this first. There's two different places though, because there's the map tile version and then this version, the form. And we'll want to probably give feedback on both, but that's okay. We'll do the map tiles first. So here, same deal. I'm going to copy my comment like so. That can still be the case. That doesn't return. This returns true at the end. And then on accept with details. Otherwise, we have our same. We guard the context mounted. We shoot out for connection tile. Did another milestone for Mono Repo Hub and gave a small demos to some of my coworkers. Excellent. Hopefully they're less stubbornly use the defaults as I am. Not the model, the tile itself. I should really rename you view, but we'll go with that for now. You. I'm gonna put same comment. Same here. Grab our deal there. Keep clicking the wrong thing. I don't want to be in the model right now. I want to be in the view. Because this is already copied, I'm just going to cheat and do that. And then we'll copy our doc string and put it up here. And then we'll go make it true. Like so. Okay, so we've got vertical, we've got horizontal, we got diagonal. These should all be throwing. So connections, valid template type for room, flip that over, room, connection tile. This is the diagonal, connection tile, and we need to do a vertical connection tile. Perfect. Okay. Do this. Incorrect drop on map tiles. I only showed it to the people who responded positively to stacks. Gotcha, gotcha. So not much casualties on both sides, right? There's definitely a divide. There are people that like to customize their environments and to build tools to do that. And then there are people like me that want to stay as close as possible to what you get out of the box. Just learn to use the tool. I'll type some extra words. I'm okay with that. But it keeps my system really simple. I don't need a Git repo of dot files, right? Like, I think the only thing I change in JetBrains are a couple of keyboard shortcuts. I think one of them is for Goland wants a stupid default for multi-cursoring, I think is the one. Because I like to clicky multi-cursor. And I think that's the only thing I really change about the shortcuts. Think. And then I uninstall the AI plugins because fuck that. But like, real bare bones. Okay. It took me like 6 years to finally give in and start using Powerline. Because like, it is kind of nice. But I'm pretty sure I could still live without it okay. It's just nice. And I eventually gave in to that convenience, but it took me a long time to accept it. Part of that was Go Powerline becoming a thing, because the original Powerline installation sucks. Powerline. That's this. the little shows you your Git status and all that with the fancy little arrowies and all that. So like this tells me, keeps my path in there, but it also says I'm on this branch, and it says I'm one commit needs to be pushed up still to the remote. And if I had any changes that weren't committed, like just do that, then it would also show me I have one thing changed. It is kind of fancy. Terminal specific, it's cross-platform. Drop a link for you. If it's a thing you so choose to use. This is the one that I use because the installation sucks way less. And it supports multiple things. Hackable, configurable? I don't know. Probably. It took me this long to just concede to using it. Maybe in another 6 years, I'll worry about configuring it. This is just out of the box. I want to integrate it with Stacks. Ah, I see. Well, there you go. You got a repo. You can also look at, if you just search for like bash powerline, the original Python version, I think it was Python, should come up. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so we need to get the same feedback happening for forms. Form drag and drop. Python should die. I mean, Python was the first language I was really productive in, so I have a little bit of a soft spot for it. But Go kind of spoiled Python for me. Like, it was really a case of friendship ended with Python. Now Go is my best friend for sure. But like, if I had to do scripting stuff, and I didn't want to use Go for some reason, I would still go Python. In fact, I did. So okay, let's just take a break and talk about. I set up a ForgeJo instance for myself. Boop boom. Dart Google ZX. What? I don't know what ZX is. Dart, I would not use Dart for scripting, no. So I set up a ForgeJo instance for myself. And in order to do backups, I did Restic. But Restic doesn't really have any scripting stuff, right? Like you could put it in a cron job or something, but I needed to do multiple steps because I need to stop ForgeJo, I need to tell it to do a backup, and then I need to put it in a place, etc. Google ZX is JS Bash amalgamation. Well, that's why I haven't heard of it, because that is evil and more evil together. Nobody wants that. But I needed to do other steps in the backup process, right? I needed to send emails on a failure, all that. I started out in a bash script, and it was working, but I broke my own rule of as soon as you need an if statement, it's time to use a real language, right? And I was like, I'm so close, I'm just going to do it. Getting it to format nicely was just miserable. I wound up just writing it in Go, like I should have done from the beginning. And Python, in that case, would have been an equally valid choice. I just didn't want to mess with installing Python, making sure it's working and all that stuff. It's probably already installed, but anyway. I can just build a binary, put it on there, and have it run. Systemd will run it. Done. All good, you know? Teeny tiny little guy. I could probably build a pipeline to put it in there in too if I wanted to make a change, which I haven't done yet. I have too many projects. But yeah. Okay. So What was I doing? I was doing this same thing in the forums themselves. So we need to go into tile data sidebar connection data form. And okay, so I think what I want to do because we're reusing these guys and we're gonna reuse them again, the snack bars. That's the other side of the equation. We don't need that open right now. Don't need you open right now. Let's do, in the map widgets, we're going to create a new Dart file. We can call you, let's just do that. Material. This, because it's a snack bar. Actually, do I want to do it that way? Or could I just extend snack bar? Do I use stream controllers? Not really. I've played around with them a little bit in the client, the stream builders. Yeah. The client uses streams to talk to the WebSocket. But in general, I try to avoid them. I think they're really, really complicated in Dart. This should probably still have a super key, right? As required parameters, content. I can't really do that now, can I? And if I do this, it's going to be a widget and not a snack. See, this is why I didn't do this before. The other thing we could do is just return a snack bar, just in a const, right? I think. And we could call you, I need to fix my scuffed syntax here, but so const snack bar invalid connection template snack equals snack bar with content text no center child text, and then I need one more of them. Okay, so I could do that. If we're gonna do that, let's rename you snack bars about. I learned yesterday that Stream Builder have two triggers for its build method, but you would think it's only one, which is triggered by a new value in stream. Well, you got to build it before there's values in there, don't you? Or am I confused? Like I said, I found them really, really complicated, so I avoid them wherever possible. But then again, like, that like impression is colored by the fact that that client with rewrite was the first thing I did in Dart that was tutorial. So revisiting it I might actually be able to better absorb and like more deeply understand what's going on. Okay, snack bar. That's what I was doing. We need to go into here. Invalid connection template is this text. Like so. Second trigger is when state of stream builder is being attached to a new widget and it would invoke build with last value from the stream. But that's not when you're adding a subscriber, right? It's just when you have like the same object being used by two different widgets. So we get rid of this and we replace you with show snack bar of snack bars dot invalid connection template, right? And then the import US snack bars. Yeah, okay, cool. Hopefully that's not a stupid idea. But it seems like it would be a good idea. And we get rid of that. Import you. Horizontal. Rid of you. Place you. Oop. That. There we go. So when you have a build method in your widget and in it you're using a stream builder, whenever state of your stateful widget changes, build is get invoked. Each time build gets invoked, stream builder state gets a new parent widget. Yes. The stream builder will rebuild each time your stateful widget rebuilds. Yes. Each time stream gets a new value. Oh. Would that also be true for a stateless widget? Because then the widget gets marked as dirty? Because something has changed about it? Okay, that. We also need to go into a room tile and we need to make a new I can't type today. Center child text. We'll just copy that like so. We get rid of you. Invalid room template. Import, please. Perfect. Please repeat. So if you have a stateless widget, somebody rebuilds it. I think it's the parent, right? Anytime something about that has changed. But also, like if you change things within inside that widget, through like provider, it also ends up getting marked as dirty. So would the same problem happen in a stateless widget if you had that stream in there and something in the stream got changed? least I'm 98% sure. Stateless widgets are not being rebuilt. They're replaced. Well, I mean, yeah, but it still runs the build, right? Because a new one gets created. It builds. I'm right. Yeah. All sorts of little gotchas in UI stuff like that. It's part of why I struggle to wrap my head around them, I think. Okay. So now we've got everybody broken out. Let's just double check that everything is working correctly still. So if I drop room, valid connection type for template tile, or connection tile rather, connection tile, and then vertical. Same deal. If I switch over here and try to drop this onto a room, invalid type of room. Perfect. I worked as Android dev from 2011. Flutter is still very new to me. Concepts are novel. I mean, I don't know if you caught the early days Flutter streams or not, but Flutter is very new to me too. In fact, like the next stream after I asked you in Discord if it would be a stupid idea to switch to Flutter for this, I think is where I started to do Flutter. Okay, so we've got our little fellas here. Pull out snack bars into a const file, or a file for reuse. We can push that, that's fine. Dip my toes in 2022 and 2023, started in my free time. Still haven't figured it out. Guess I know you're studying about Flutter. Okay, yeah. But like, yeah, that my front end skills are more or less non-existent. Like I've done a little, I've maintained stuff where I had to go in and figure out, like in a C#, what is there, ASP.NET application. I've had to maintain parts of UI in there. We had to go in and kind of figure out like where things were and fix them. And I've done a little bit of React here and there, but like I live in this world. I write things that have command arguments and APIs, right? Normally. So me coming out here, I'm just like, man, nothing works the way I expect it to. Everything's so weird and hard. Okay. Forms, that's what I was doing. We pulled those out so that we could reuse them in the forms. Like this one here, I think. Room template view, no. That's the template. I need to go into here, which I'm already there. That's the tile though. It has to be in template bar, yes. No, sidebar. Where are you, sidebar? Tile info, sidebar. I'm sure I'm blind. You're in here. Tile data sidebar. Here we go. Room data form. We did a draggable around just like the whole area, right? Or am I losing my marbles? Rooms. Yeah, you're here. Where are you? You are I was very excited when you decided to use it. Excited to witness my flailing. Where is... Oh, here you are. Let's pull you over here. I'm going to grab you. Fine. Be that way. No, you're my flutter buddy. And then I scrolled away. Let's see, those are my... Valid drag, here we go. That's mouse region right here. Right here. Throw you in here and make you a true fact. Like so. And then in here, chuck in an else. This should be always. And I believe you need to be in a set state as well. So make sure we clear that, whatever it was. This, if mounted, then we do of context. No. Scaffold messenger of context. Show snack bar. This is snack bar's invalid room template. Import you. Perfect. Was there anywhere else because you don't collapse? Yeah, there's no duplicate there because you don't collapse. But in our connection tile, that's just the form view. We need the form itself. This should have... Why don't you have... Oh, because we wrapped you with one. That's right. You're wrapped around the... Either case, either state. Okay, so we're good there. We're going to do the same... You know, I almost missed one of them. This, that, make it true. Down here, pretty sure this needs to be set state, like so. If text mounted scaffold messenger of the context, show snack bar, snack bars, invalid connection template. Import that like so. Let's make sure we get a nice, fresh, clean restart here just because we've been running around in there for a minute. Okay, we can do a connection into a room. Invalid. What about one that's already got stuff in it? Invalid. Perfect. Put you in there. Connection to here. New. I try to drag a room into you because I'm confused about my life. Invalid. Perfect. Same deal here. Invalid connection type. I got a new idea in recent days. What's your new idea? Valid connection type. Invalid connection type or template type. I want to start an everything app for private use. What's an everything app? In the real sense, not in the x.com sense. because that's the everything is broken app. Let's see, connection, room data. Yes. We'll do that. Add snack bar feedback for incorrect template drop to the forms as well. I had so much fun with Stacks and Monorepo Hub, and I love the concept of me as a customer. Yeah. That is kind of like how you have fun and also build good things, right? If you actually want to use it, then you're going to make a good thing as opposed to like whatever the heck, you know? I'll try to optimize whatever use cases I have in an app the way I want, right? I mean, like, here we be, right? Like, I'm the customer right now for the graphical editor for the map. Do recommend 10 out of 10. Good plan. I'm still on hunt for ideas. I have hundreds of them, but picking a first one. Yes, ideas are always hard. Not having, but picking them. Like, people that say I don't know what to build, like, they need to exercise their creativity more. I find, because I used to be that guy. I was like, I don't know what I would make. And just as you continue to exercise your creativity and trying to make things, just throw stupid ideas on a paper and try to keep coming up with them, all of a sudden you're going to start having more ideas. And as you work on things, you're going to have more ideas. And then you'll have too many. And you won't even know what to do with yourself. Okay. We had a bug. We need to merge. We need to merge first. Mergeify user feedback on invalid drop. Delete the branch. Already picked the first milestone for first technical prototype. What is it, if you wish to share? If it's still a super secret terrace business, then that's cool too. Okay. That good. Check out main Paul get branch D user feedback invalid drop. Bundling latest SQLite into Dart binary and setting up two-way data flow between tables. Yeah. Okay. What is the, like, what's the goal between that? Is it just for for the heck of it, or? Okay. Branch. Try to delete boundaries between server and client. They will see it as a table. Okay. Check out. This is done. What was I doing next? So when we're in our room form, happens to be right over here. Oop. Apparently I had a connection blip there. I think we're back. I think. Okay. Make sure everybody's come back. It's based on an idea I had years ago about SQL-heavy development, which theoretically could remove big chunks of development effort. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so room data form. When we click on our new fella here, I guess we would probably just need to validate the form? Well, we don't want to do that because if you have... not that. You. Reset everything. That's what we'll do. So this creates an empty new room for us when we click on it. Do we want to validate before... I guess we could. And that would kind of handle our... user feedback in a way. That would probably be okay. So, down here, room data form, you, add item callback. That's at the end of the column. Connections. This just needs to be if we have a form key, we have one. I'm sure we do. What did I call you? Oh, are we inside of the... We're not inside of the form. That's okay. We should have the key still. Oh, no. Form key. Okay, it's in the parent. Okay. If our form key, current state, validate, then we do that. Let's see if I hate that or not. So, click out, click back in. Just need to reset you really quick here. Could do that. But, okay, so if I put in junk here, and then I make a connection like so, I guess I'm still working in like the in-memory scratch pad, so to speak, right? And nothing will actually get created until I apply. Which actually begs the question then, does it matter? Take that back out. Reset everything really quick. So if I'm here and I add a connection, this room is technically just in memory. It hasn't been, well, it's not even in memory. It's in Scratch. It's not applied to the in-memory copy. And then I fill in this. I have to actually hit apply. And I can't apply because this isn't valid. So that actually takes care of itself. So I'm going to err on the side of being more permissive here, I think, and we're going to just scratch this off. We're going to say that this is okay, and I'm going to leave myself a note, and hopefully I'll remember to read it if in the future... Yeah, this takes care of itself. When we click on the room, we create a temporary new room. We can then create connections to that new room, as expected. In order to apply the changes to the in-memory map, we will need to validate all the form fields. In doing so, if they have not filled in the room form completely, we'll fail validation with messages. Don't need extra checking around this. Okay, into the dumpster with you. And then I think I can delete here first and it'll be okay. Delete you. Still have the gym map, that's fine. That'll be a thing. Like so. Alright. Next thing is going to be in here. Tabbing. We need to fix tabbing. Tabbing's a weird thing. Okay, so when we are in the templates, boop, tab goes over there. That ain't cool. So we need to figure out control order fields, control order of focus items when hitting tab. The dart tab order. Let's see here. Focus traversal group. Traversal policy ordered. Okay. So we need to basically wrap our template, it looks like, in a focus order or focus traversal group. Okay. And the same be true for this form here. I think. Let's start with one though. Ugh, gosh. So that's going to be in our template bar, our room template. We can start there. That's fine. That's what we looked at, right? Yeah, we just reproduced it with the rooms. Template view. So where did you focus traversal group? We'll put you around Expanded template tile. If we put you around here, I think we get you for free everywhere that uses this. Focus, traversal group, child is the form. Now, question becomes, and then there's a policy. Actually, does putting it in a group actually just fix our problem for us? Because it knows that they're grouped now. Let's find out. Room template. Ah, it does. Okay, perfect. And then it goes over here for reasons unknown to me. Let's make sure, though, that once I have this open, it still behaves. Yeah, okay. Putting it in the group totally fixes that. These need to be in groups too. We should get it for free in connections because they use the same base widget. Yes, awesome. Okay. So this is gonna be easier than I had feared, I think. You around the form again. Bum, bum, bum. Container, column. Oh, your form is the parent. So again, we need to go up to that's the model. We need to be templates. We need to be the other ones in the sidebar. Tile data sidebar. Room data form. Room data form. You have a form. Not templates. Template focus traversal group. Close that. And then let's just make sure we get a nice clean fresh build here. App editor, you click one that has a form field. So if I'm in here and I tabby, I go through and I wind up over there eventually, but like that's fine as long as things are staying where they belong, right? So if I'm in here, then I focus there and I start going through. And then eventually I wrap around and back. That's cool. I'm okay with that. So we need to do the same thing to the connection data form. So theoretically, what I want is you are in here, we tab through, it starts going through these guys, which actually it's doing automatically because this ends up wrapped in that grouping there. But in things like this, they're not wrapped in that and things bounce around. Okay, so do they figure it out when we do it's gonna go around the not container, but the column here, I think. Because their forms are in the parent, but oh, you need to be up there. Where's the end of my column? Is it you? Nope, you're the other one. Oh, you are. Okay, that's a problem. Or is it? it might be a problem. So let's just lift this up further and put you around the whole container. It's because we have that little if in there, or that little ternary in this case. Again, I want to just make sure I got a clean, fresh slate here. So if I go here, and I'm in here. Okay. And then it goes down. Okay, that's fine. I'm all right with that. That's good behavior. Same should be true here. It's focusing on something in between the fields, though, and I suspect that is the header or the little label. So let's do this. Let's just do... Oop, I forgot to do a branch. Fix form focus order. Let's just call it that. Go. We'll go ahead and commit, and we'll say wrap the elements in focus group widgets to indicate they should be grouped when evaluating focus. Push that up, that's fine. Sidebar form field, this label needs to be, it's actually gonna be the whole row. There's a, oh, what are you called? I know you exist. Exclude focus. Here we go. Child is the row, like so. That should fix. So if I'm here, no, something else is still getting focus. But let's make sure it's not just a needing a rebuild issue here. So in here, nope, something's still getting it. Okay. Would need to know what's getting focus. Does inspector tell me that? Hover, auto refresh, legacy. What is my way? How to get which current focus node is currently focused in Flutter. Focus node has focus. I just want to see. It's not helpful. I don't know. That's not helping. Animation. Images are too much memory. How do I focus issues? Still open. Okay. Holy crap, it's hot in here already. Okay, so that's still an open issue, which isn't going to help me any. Double check. What did they say in here? It's supposed to get to 84 degrees today and be very sunny. That's too many. That's too many degrees, chat. It's already 82, which is already too many degrees. Tell ya what. Take a quick break. I'm going to grab a beverage, open some windows, and use the restroom. And then we'll come back and try to figure out where focus is disappearing off to. But yeah, be right back. Oh, you know what? I forgot my beverage. Gosh, dang it. 1 second. Ran around opening windows and making sure it wasn't too breezy in that area and forgot all about it. There we go, though. All right, let's fix my camera. It's forgotten I exist again. I opened the blinds, too, to get a little bit more natural light. Properties. Ah, it has crashed. Cool. I keep meaning to spend some time looking at that, and then I forget every single time. There we go. Alright. So, meow. Where is our focus going to in here? We don't seem to have tools to help us with that. I wonder... Okay, so we've excluded that. It won't be the drop-down ones. Those seem to be okay. We wrapped you in a focus for reasons. I bet you it's on focus. Oh, because of okay, yes, validate. But we shouldn't need that. Actually, if we get rid of it, because we learned a thing after we did that, that's still that because it's a builder around it. Our form, which we don't have here, but we do have here. Nope, I lied. We do give it... Oh, it's right here. Unchanged and auto-validate mode. On unfocus. That should take care of this need. To have a focus node. Place you. And if I'm wrong, then we can roll this back. I'm pretty sure. We only had it on 2 anyway. Okay. Let's make sure we do a complete rebuild here. Map editor, test map, connection. Open you. Okay, and then in room, if you are here, and then I go tab. It tabs first to the drop down, which is actually probably fine, because if you were to hit enter here, it would expand. Yeah, that's fine. Just like that. Delicious beverage. All right. While we're here, well, let's just do this. First, we'll commit. Wrap the selected tile data forms in focus groups as well. Remove redundant focus nodes from connection form. Okay. Let's make sure. This is the tile itself. I want the form. Let's make sure we didn't have focus fields here. We do. Okay. We're going to take them out too. Because they are not needed. In this case, we did it on the form itself. That's also not needed. Because we can do it on the parent form. Say, after on changed, auto validate mode on unfocus. Let's make sure we get a nice clean build here. And then we need to double check that we haven't broken anything. So in here, bop, on focus, unfocus. We can do here as well. Unfocused, unfocused. Yes, okay, perfect. Still working as expected. We can go ahead and add this as well. Oop. Remove redundant focus nodes from room form. Push that up. Okay, so what is next in our list here of things that we need to accomplish? Let's actually merge first before we do that. So we don't forget. Merge, conform. Delete. Oop. One too many L's. There we go. Okay. Loves it. This fixie fixed. Renaming map causes map name to be written at the end of the file? Question marks? Let's see here. Is this still true? Or did we fix it along the way by accident? Map name foo, obviously. And if we save my test map, it does. Okay. That's very strange. I bet I have... Let's roll that back. Restart this. I bet that I've got something in the marshalling wrong order or something like that. Also, we haven't run tests in a second. I'm going to do that. We shouldn't have an issue. But just to be sure I haven't broken anything. We've been mostly changing UI stuff, which doesn't have testing yet because it's not done yet. I don't know if I like it yet. We'll eventually really need to spend some time testing, but that's fine. There we go. Okay. The data underneath the sound. That's what we care about mostly at this point. We'll say fix renamed map name field at end of file, I guess. I should really just like break down and make issues, but it's fine. Okay. So let's close all this stuff and tidy up our workspace really quick. Got way too many things open right meow. That, and you. All right. So that's going to be in the map data, not the file data. Although kind of in the file data. This does have that. That shouldn't control the writing, though. It's the map itself, map model, R2 JSON. Yeah. Ew. 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 And I don't think I can do this here, can I? If you're not empty, then name else that. Oh, I can. Okay. I can't omit the key entirely, though. And I don't know about the file name in here, right? No, I only know about my name. I guess we can have an empty key. It's not the end of the world. Little windy breeze, move stuff, freaked me out. The other way I could do it is just have this be like empty and then add the keys as I go. I don't like that as much though. And maps should have names. So an empty name string is kind of a red flag. I'm okay with it. I'm going to leave it in there, I think. So if I come back in here, we default you to this. If I hit apply, and save rather, it's going to have an empty name because we default this field. I'm okay with that. And if we rename you to foo, we apply that. It changes the stuff in memory. We hit save. We get a name of foo. Why are you purple? Why aren't you green like all the other strings? Is it because you were like reloaded? Just a syntax highlighting error? Must be. Deeply strange. Roll you back. Restart you just to be sure. Mucked around a lot. Open you. Foo. Apply. Save. If I close you, you get reloaded. File name, map name. I think I want to reorder that. I would like this order to be reversed, I think. But yeah, that's just wonky syntax highlighting, I think. Okay. Let's do a commit. Yes. Allow empty name key if map has no name, put name at top of file. That can be pushed, that's fine. The loading screen is going to be a map pane. It's actually a map selector, right? Mm-hmm. We pulled out. Oops. We pulled out that widget. We just need to do this in this order, I believe. And then, oh wait, no, we have to also, because this is a table row, we need to also schwippy swap the whole row here. No, just the children. This file name goes after you, like so. And then name, file name, the size, and if it doesn't have a name, we default it to the file name. I'm okay with that. Let's close that because we're going to want to fresh a build here real quick. Yes, I could have just hit it. That's all right. I want to make sure everything's still kosher with a fresh load. So nothing was like stored away. Shouldn't be an issue. Okay, yes, perfect. Let's actually correct this name though. Save that. Ooh, hang on. Git restore. I should have done that. We'll do a commit here. Swap order of file name and map name on map selector. And then give the editor test map its actual name. Look, so. Okay. And then we can be done with this. Compare and PR. Okay. Merge. Confirm merge. Delete branch. Do that. Git branch. Fix that. What's next? Creating a new template or room. I think we actually fixed this already, but let's double check. Creating a new template for a room or connection. Oh no, we didn't do this yet. Because this is for a template, not for... Yeah. We did it for the actual tiles. Expand new templates on creation. Because that sucked to use, so we will do a fix. You should be closed. There we go. All right. We can be in here. That's fine. It doesn't really matter. We just need to go look at our dealio here. This is going to be in the template bar. This is going to be in So we have both kinds. This we'll start with room. It won't be the controller though. It's actually going to be the bar itself. Ooh, except templates don't have the... Okay. Templates don't have the notion of being new or not. When we add one, we just save it empty and then let you come fix, right? Or am I crazy? Update item, new object, save items. Yes. The thinking here. If we don't save on creation, you're still here, you're just kind of new. But then if I... Well, I can't really go away from you, can I? That's why I saved, I think, is because the UI around that became murky. If I was to leave this and come back, you'd be gone. So we just saved and allowed you to have them. Does that suck? I think we'll keep it as that. They're templates. They don't go into the server. They only go into the editor's files. We'll keep the savey save. Yeah. But they do need... They do need the new... Which should be fine, I think. Yeah. It should be okay. We just need to put it into the models here. Room template, bool, new template, like so. Default it to false. And then when we create you in here, we do that, and then save items. Ooh, except for, okay. So this would need to be something that we accept and just default to false in this way. We just default that to false as well. That should be fine. And then toJSON ignores it as well. That should be fine as well. We need to do the same thing in connection templates, so we might as well. That's what I called you, right? New template, yeah. We'll keep it samey same. That's still false here. It's still false here. Like so. And then we create the new object in here. We need to call the implementations of these guys. Template controller, new object. We create you with this set. Okay, room template needs the same treatment. New object, new template, true, like so. And then in our views, we're going to do the same thing here. And we can do a late bool. Because we already have expanded. Make you late. You're going to equal connection widget.template.new template. So if it's new, then expanded is true. Otherwise, it's false. We're going to do the same thing for the, not the list view, but the template itself. You should have the same like this, right? Oop, little connection drop there. Anytime I go, I guess I won't really go away and come back. Oop. We do need to rebuild. That's going to be a thing for sure. Looks like we're back up in action. There we go. So let's delete you again. So we add a new. We've saved you. I guess it would be we moved away and back. No, I guess we're fine. Let's just, for the sake of making sure we don't end up in a situation where it's permanently expanded. Let's see. It should be in the base. Load items, new object. That's the controller. Config object. No, it's not in there. Oh, it's in the controller. That's where it is. But, okay, so I can't do that. because then I would immediately turn it off as soon as I save the incomplete thing, right? Because we call save right after. So either we have to do away with that, and then we'd have to build the UI around saying, hey, you have unsaved changes, which I mean we could do. We'd have to change this to be more like this. But these guys save independently instead of as the whole thing. Is that the correct answer? Maybe. It seems to me like it would be, because you might be contemplating template changes, but not... Like, you don't want to apply everything. If you've accidentally, like, if I was looking at this and I'm like, oh yeah, I want to copy that, and oops, I fat fingered that along the way. And then I came down here and I didn't notice that, and I'm like, okay, yeah, you go in there. Cool, I hit save on you. I don't want to save this, right? I think it's least surprising, the hardest to screw yourself over, if we do this. Okay, so new object, that's fine. It's not in the controllers. It'll be in these. When we do our save, unsave changes, it'll be on save. Yes. Okay. So we do, we validate, we do widget template, new template is false. Oh, actually it's editable template copy, because we still do it the old way. So theoretically, as soon as we hit the save button, it'll toggle that off for us, and then save calls the onsave with that, the current data, including that. I think we're all right there. We need to do the same to, this is connection. We need to do the same to the room. On save you, we validate, we say editable template copy, new template is false. Like so. Now, this shouldn't matter, but we're going to do it anywho. Not that. Add a new. Fill in the goodies, hit the save. And I guess it would be reloading. Quick test here. Take you back out of room. Now that would have cleared it before too. I don't think we really have a good case where we need this yet. So it's hard to test. But like I said, we're gonna leave it in just in case in the future we change something. We don't have to go track down why it's still expanded, right? Like theoretically this gets taken care of for us, but we'll do our due diligence. Let's make sure nothing's broken in a test. I don't think they should be. Oh, we got something though. Marshall map to JSON, no name. I broke something there. Okay. So because that's an old failure, I really need to get CI running on this. We're gonna do this as a commit. Add a new flag to templates expand them on creation, do our due diligence to remove that flag on save. Yeah, let's do a commit just in case this turns into a bigger issue than I fear, or than I expect rather. Because I expect this to be very short and small and sweet to fix up this test, because it's going to expect the name field doesn't exist. It's going to be there now. We just need to go fix that. But we'll be good and not lazy. We're going to merge this guy. Create the pull request. Mergeify the pull request. Confirmify the mergeify. Deleteify the branchify. Like so. Okay. Too many L's. There we go. Create a new branch. Fix broken map tests. Okay. This is gonna be, just double check. Oh, I was in the wrong place. I shouldn't have done that. That's okay. Map model test 86. Expect result. No. Why is my internet sucking today? Jeez, it dropped again. But I'm showing 0 drop frames on my end. Is it Restream that sucks today? There's no way. It's got to be OBS is not counting correctly. It's got to be me. Got to be Trubs. Look. Take a peek. Oh yeah, gosh, it's been, for the past hour, it's been 3 times it's dropped. What a piece of junk. What's wrong with you today? Tell me of your statistics. And your events. Unable to reach satellite. Network interruption. Even rebooted this morning. Well, these are all 1224. So, unable to reach satellite is the only event logged for an hour ago. I don't believe you. Now, if it becomes more of a pain, we'll reconsider. Maybe it needs another reboot or something. For now, we're gonna power through. Okay. So this did expect an empty name, though. So what happened? Just gonna run you from here. Unmarshal from JSON without a name. Oh, I'm getting this. Okay, this makes more sense. To JSON with no name. This should become, but that doesn't, I already cleared it. Damn it. This one's easy. We replace that with that. Okay. So why did you say 86? Why you do this? All tests passed. Okay. All right. Confused, but I'll go with it. Is that because... that's the wrong place. I don't understand why it said 86 on the output. Maybe I misread it. Maybe I'm losing my mind. Fix test. We expect an empty key if the map has no name now. Okay. Good here. Pull it. There's no storms coming. It's a lovely blue skies day. Annoyed by my internet. Alright. Merged, closed, deleted. Excellent. We fixed that just a minute ago before we got sidetracked on this bug. Go ahead and clean that up. All right. This we already fixed. We did that as part of one of these others. It doesn't matter. It's taken care of. I think we're done. Except there is one big thing we need to do before we can go back to building a gym, because this function is needed. We have to have a default for our templates. We didn't account for that while writing this. So in connections, right, this is all well and good, but if I just want the default from the direction to the direction, then I need to somehow signify that, right? And I don't know how I want to do that yet. We could put a checkbox in here. That would be fine. But what if I wanted to say, something else? Like, what if I wanted to just say, suddenly appears? That's fine. That overrides it. But if I wanted to say, from the west, I need some kind of, like a template, basically, language in here, or a variable in here. And then I have to have UI around that says what's valid or not, and I have to have a parser for it. Which is annoying. You could put the info in the docs. The original plan was to use Go templates, but we're not using Go in the editor anymore. And I'm back. Well, welcome back. Either way, we still have to write a parser for it to handle that case. Which is kind of annoying, but like, what do, you know? Annoying. Yeah, I've got to do it though. All right, how do we want to do this? We can do it in 2 stages. The first stage is we allow defaults. But okay, so yeah, we have to build the machinery in there to automatically populate it if we do that, which is probably a good start, right? Okay. So we'll do a checkbox here, and then later support or add support, I guess I could say, for a for variables in the enter-exit message fields. And we'll leave that until it becomes a thing, right? And see if we even care. If it's so infrequent that it's just a non-issue, then we just let you change it over here, right? No big deal. But default. I guess we need to allow allow empties and let the tile figure it out. Because that's where we're going to have the knowledge of where this connection actually is. But if we put, okay, so in our connection template, this being the view, we could have a checkbox in there, drive it off of a bools. That's fine. We could put it like opposite. Well, over here there's just a plus, right? Because we use the field. Sidebar form field accepts a item, add item callback. And just has an icon button with an icons add. We don't necessarily want that. We could do text form field. We'd have to do something here. Like maybe a column. Right? So we do all of that. Like so. And then I guess we just, okay, so in our template, connection template, the model here, we need use default enter message. We default you to true. Default you to true. These have to be saved though. So actually, they need to be in the constructor. Like so. And then in our clone, we need to account for them. Use default enter is this, or rather source dot use put you in the wrong place. Use default enter message. Use default exit message. From JSON. Use default enter message. Hi to you as well. JSON contains key. We're not doing magic strings, which is good. Use default enter. Default exit. We've been calling these, we've been pre-pending or post-pending, appending keys. So let's keep appending keys. Contains keys, use default enter key. It'll become JSON use default enter key as bool. Or else, else it just we default to false. Default exit is the same thing, but using those, or else false, like so. Respect for making this type of content. Well, I appreciate you. It's very nice of you. And then here, this is just, this always has to be one or the other. So we can say, use default enter key, use default enter message, use default exit key use default exit message, like so. Two keys in a map literal shouldn't be equal. What? You're not duplicate, though. You are. Mistyped. Am I making an app? Yes, I'm working on the map editor. Or a mud game. Okay. That will go in there, right? So. Then over here, we have options. So we're in our connection, the enter message here. They're going to get loaded with a default of false. That's fine because they don't have it, right? We did account for that, right? Yes. Yeah. So when I come in here and I load this, so I have my exit message, which I probably should have started with enter. That's fine either way. We can put a column around you too. That's fine. Children, widget, listy list, close you, like so, right? As long as I don't throw in random characters for fun. You're an extra. You belong out here. Okay, so I've got that. And then in here, so you are displayed if template use default exit message or enter message. Rather, if that's false, we display you. Otherwise, null. So we need to go ahead and throw that there, like so. Regardless, we need to say, and actually this is going to be dependent on editable template copy. Use default enter message. We all know how much I hate wiggly UIs. So we can't do that, but we'll start here as that, like so. Unchanged, right? No. It's because it's nullable. It's a nullable bool to account for trinary, tri-state, whatever they call the thing, where it can be null. Ours can't be, but it's still a nullable. We say editable template copy equals value. Use defaults enter message equals value, but value can't be null. And then this has to be in a set state, I believe. Okay. We need to reload this like so. Okay, so that would give us that. It defaults to false. Ooh, actually, we want to default that to true. That was, we did it up there correctly, not down here though. Okay, that's fine. So if we were to do this, it's wiggly, and I don't like wiggly, but I mean, that's not the end of the world either, because you're not going to be like waiting for that. It's going to happen as you close a thing. It'll collapse. We just need to do... This needs to be inside of our row. So that we can append text something like that. And then we could also do main axis alignment start, so that it's not centered. We don't really want a checkbox to be centered. There we go. So as this grows, it stays there. This should be defaulted to on. We also want to in our connection template, enter message and exit message need to be driven on if use default enter message is false, then I do that. If use default exit message is false, then I do that. That way, it cleans up the data underneath the hood. And then you get set like so. And if I save you, and then I can go into templates, map templates, connection templates, and I can see that has been appended. And my enter description has been cleared. And then if I come back, and if I was to uncheck you, then I have a clean slate. So we don't have extra crap in our file, which I'm happy about. Because these guys are all defaulted to true, then we're good. Otherwise, that's not what I wanted to do. If I did that, I would have unsaved changes. I would hit save. Yeah, you can't be blank. That's fine. It would end up getting written in here. And our enter message of there you are. It's hiding. Down here would get set. And then if I go back to default, I hit save, goes away again. Okay. This field is kind of scuffed, but that's fine because it just doesn't have its bits and pieces yet. We need to do the same thing to this. So we can actually copy this whole row like so. Put you down in here like so, except for we want to drive you off of exit message like so. Correct our UI string. And then you up here, I'm going to fix that really quick. Adhesive goo all over me, that's cool. Need to fix that too. So many things I just don't get around to. Okay, exit message, and then here we do the same thing where we say nullable if not editable template copy use default exit message. Then we do that. Otherwise, it's null here. And then we get our thing. And if we don't save, then we keep our data, right? And then exit description is not optional. Let's go with that as a starting place. So I forgot to make a branch. Let's do that. Add default option to connection template enter exit form message. So pull that back out. Add the data class property variables for tracking conditionally display. Actually, write them to file on saves, conditionally display, edit box or text box for the messages, clear old messages on save with box checked. That's what we'll do there. That's fine. All right, so exit message, that's all handled. Now we need to handle the defaulting of the fields when we drag you over, because right meow, it's going to be a problem if we pull these guys over. And actually I need to save these to make sure we've got everything cleared out. Connection templates. Yeah, okay. We're all good there. It's part of our last commit. When we come over here and overwrite these connections, it's going to clear those, which is not valid. If we tried to apply that, we'd have problems, right? That shouldn't be. Thought we fixed that. We'll look at it in a minute. But yeah, we need this to fill in these guys here. So this needs to know how to accept an empty drop. And it's only going to be on drop. Or should it be on new as well? It should probably be on new. We should fill it in on new. And let you change it if you want. Okay. But before I do that, hang on a second. Let me think. We need to make sure we didn't break any tests as part of that. And I think we did. We did. Makes sense. So connection template model, controller model. Yeah, both of those should be broken. Connection template, controller test. Let's fix model test first. So we'll run y'all real quick so that we can see what's up. That's groovy. Marshall. Take me that. There we go. Because of that, yes. because you're defaulted to, let's call you messages, not messages. Yeah, not default. Right. So we do all that, and we do final bool use default, enter false, final bool use default, exit false, default. There we go. And then when I create you, use default exit, use default exit. We'll do these in order just because it'll be easier to read. There we go. Perfect. And then this test should pass again, but we need to duplicate it. Yes, perfect. We need to duplicate you. Messages default. This should be true. This should be true. We're going to say nota bene. We still set these to these, not this, these to test that they are cleared because the defaults toggled on, because the use defaults are toggled on. So, oh, we also want to do, when we do this, almost forgot, expect result connection template dot use default, spell you correctly, enter key, use default enter, reason toggle for use default enter not set correctly. We duplicate you, except for you are exit key, and you are use default exit, use default exit. We can paste you down in here. That should still be correct and accurate and good. We just need to make sure messages default. Let's say use default there. So we expect the enter or the exit message key, enter message key. This should be contains key, enter message key. We expect you to be false. Reason, this needs to be connection template. Enter message key. Reason is enter message was set to default, but the key is still present in marshaled data. Key for the string is still present. We're going to do the same thing here, except for we're going to swap you over to exit message key. Like so, and exit message like so. This should pass as well. We should still have one failure though. We haven't touched that one yet. Okay, perfect. Okay, let's just collapse these really quick. To JSON, no DC. we can just use the defaults here. That's fine. To make our life a little bit easier, I'm going to grab these. We're going to replace the enter and the leave. We're going to take them out because they'll be defaulted. And then we're going to make sure the keys aren't present here as well, I guess. It shouldn't really matter, but there it be. Okay. There we go. Those are all passing now, but we do have unmarshal tests that we need to account for the expected bools and testing for both cases. So we expect result, use default exit message, true. Reason, use default exit message was not defaulted to true. This duplicate above it because enter should come first just for visual. We do the same stuff there. That's fine. We need to also chuck this. Well, first of all, let's do this. We're going to chuck these into the other tests. You kind of want to avoid double testing stuff too terribly much, but we'll just make sure that the default is correct in these guys as we unmarshal things in different ways. Oop. Up there, please. There we go. And then invalid UUID. Last one of that, right? So these should all still pass because it should default to true. Okay, perfect. And then we're going to add a test case for unmarshaling when they are set to false. And we have data. In this case, when these guys get written, they'll overwrite whatever's in there, but that's fine. We just want to be sure. And it was use default enter message. Is true. Exit message is true. Or sorry, no, we set you explicitly to false. It's not unmarshaled as false. Not unmarshaled as false. Like so. We should still be passing. Except for it wasn't. Oh, because I forgot to change. I changed the strings, but not the bools. Duh. False. Try that again, shall we? Perfect. Let's also test explicitly setting them to true. Because we've tested defaults. But we just want to make sure this doesn't ever break, basically. And enter and exit in that case should be empty. These should all be true. There we go. And then our enter message should be an empty string, right? See, there we go. Now I gotta go look. Where did you go? Here you went. On unmarshalling. You actually, I think, read it either way. Yeah. And you're an empty string if... Okay, that's fine. Empty string if we don't gotcha. There we go. Everybody should still be passing. Connection template model test. Use default, set true, set false. Perfect. Okay, so connection templates, fixie fixed. Fix connection template model tests. I should be doing that over here. That's fine though. Let's go fix the controller tests meow. Okay, our test data, this can stay the way it is. I'm happy with that. Let's just run you. We've lost our history of the other stuff, I think. It's fine. Write them into file. So this can be not use defaults, right? So that's fine. We just need to... Oh, we use the test file for that. Load items. So our test data then needs to specify use default exit message false. I guess we could do... We could do trues here. I guess this sort of loses its meaning then. This will still have it in there. That's fine. It's the writing that's the troubles. So here we want to account for the reading from a file. Default enter. Right, because this we probably better do a reason on this one. Default or use default enter not unmarshaled correctly. Same deal here, but with exit. And yes, we're double testing this a little bit, but that's fine. Okay. This should also be the same behavior over here. And because we still unmarshal those fields, it's fine. It's only when we save that things get changed. Not you. That's result 2. That's 1. This is 1. This is 2. So this should still pass. We should still have this failure because this is the right test. Okay, perfect. So we've added extra testing just for the sake of unmarshalling from the file, making sure that's happy. meow, writing to file. For the first one, we'll say false on the enter and exit. And actually, this should be first. We expect this here. Contains key this to be false. Reason exit message key present, even though we said not to, or we said to use the default. We do the same thing here for the enter message. Like so. Now we can test both cases in the same one. That's fine. And we're good. Okay. This should now all pass. Lovely. You become or do a commit fix tests in the template, connection template controller. Okay, that gets pushed up. That fixes those up. Now let's go back to our form and handle adding a default. We're done with that. We're done with you. We're done with you. Done with that. And then we need to be not in template bar, but in the tile data bar. Tile data sidebar, connection tile, form view. Nope. The form itself, thank you. Okay. So there's a couple cases here. Let's not have this guy determine this, though. We need this for the drag and the drop here. This needs to be set to if draggable. If draggable dot default enter message. If not, use default enter message. Then do that. Else, I've done these backwards. Hang on. This one's exit. Exit. Value is value copy with text. It won't be the draggable though. It'll be widget connection vector. But not just that. It'll be, it's going to be a string, right? Well, no. It won't be the vector. So the exit controller is going to be destination. Name. Go look at you really quick. Destination is a coordinate. I need to connection vector, origin vector to destination. I could do, because I don't have a way to translate a vector to a direction yet, and I don't know that I want one. I don't know that I need one, because this is actually origin direction to connection destination. To the, like so, right? This guy, enter message, or use default enter message. Then we do that. Else this is not exit, this is enter. Value copy with text from the, and then this I need to do, and here's why I didn't have the vector, right? Widget dot connection dot destination dot direction to widget dot connection dot origin, because it's backwards, I believe. You can double check that. So when you enter in this case, so we're over here, and we'll look at the one from the west. You enter from the east. Over here, that's backwards. No, because these both get, yeah, this is confusing to think about. I should really figure out a better way to do this. Someone will enter. So if they've used this, they've entered this room from the east. This, from this perspective, they exited to the west. Okay. Up until I fix that, it's going to be that way. But that's a huge change, so we'll see. But it's just, it's really hard to think about. It's because they've used this connection to the west, and it reports to anybody in here, hey, I have entered from the east. Because if you wanted to do this connection in a different way, like if it was a portal from over here, then that transit carries with it the information of what do I say when I enter, was my thinking at the time. Otherwise, I'd have to get it somehow else in, you know, in the server's operation. And it doesn't know where you came from out of its multiple connections. I'd try to figure that out. That would suck, right? So we just carry the data with us. Okay, so that on a draggable now, if our defaults are set, which they should be, let's just go ahead and do a nice clean build here to make sure we got new stuff everywhere. That is not main. That is still on tests. Let's try that again. Thank you. There we go. Map editor, editor test map. If I'm in here and I was to, we did this on the data form, so we need to drag and drop. We can do west. That's fine. And we should have something else in here really quick, like so. And then I can drag you in here. Nope, I did that entirely wrong. Refresh that. There we go. West. I can drag you into here. Oh, directions east. I need to do name. Oh no. Name. Name of the direction that is resolved to. I should actually, hang on. Can I do... no, not that. I need to go look at coordinate direction. I think I can add functions to this. Add stringer to enum. Enum from string, that's the other way around. Methods or values to enums. Find extensions. Oh, okay. Is that how I did direction 2? Nope, you're just in coordinates. Okay. So I can do, except for that would be that. Yeah, there we go. So can do this. Wait. I don't need that. Need that. Can't do that either. Enhanced enums. Let me go look at the real docs. String is to string. Okay. This is clearly why I didn't do this before. But I just want a clear example, please. I don't want to read all this. I'm lazy. Dart add to string to enum. Enum to string, there's a package. I don't want a package. Override the toString enum in Dart. Okay. Override. Okay, there we go. String. Oop. I can just override. toString. This name. Perfect. Okay. Oh, this didn't actually end up doing. It will be possible. Clearly not. Enum toString is too verbose. Okay. So they did this with an extension like we were thinking or looking at. So extension. That's so awkward. I don't want to call three things. I might as well just call name if I'm going to do that. They say you okay. They just say use enum name. Not gonna mess with that anymore. It was just kind of a nice little sugar thing, right? Syntactic sugar. Hang on. We need to snooze that. We don't want another ad. We're gonna do that. That's gonna get us to working, I believe. Reset you. We've got foo. We've got Barb. We drag in our foo connection to you from the east to the west. Done. Easy peasy. It's lowercase, but they should be. These are only capitalized because I did that for some reason while I was making the default data. Okay. So we need to add this to the connection tiles as well. Add this logic. Connection tiles as well. When we drop in things with defaults, add this logic to the new connection creation so that we default to the defaults. User can change if they wish. Okay, so that's going to be what we tackle tomorrow. And when we're so close to done with this and so close to moving on, I'm so excited to move on. But we smashed a ton of bugs today, so that's awesome. And we're adding this new feature that'll make it actually usable, which is also friggin' awesome, right? All right, so cool. Thank you to those of you who came to hang out with me today. It was good to see those of you who are returning viewers. Oh my gosh, I need this to stop really quick so I can do that. It was good to see those of you who are returning viewers. It was good to meet those of you who are new. If you like this kind of nonsense, I do it for roughly 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, starting today and ending on Monday. So come back around tomorrow at around 10 a.m. Central Time. I'll be here doing this, which we just talked about, and I'd love to see you again. If not, you guys have yourselves a great weekend anyway. Okay.